Hello everybody, welcome to the stream and welcome to another day in Azeroth. Thank you all very much for joining me today. I hope everybody is having a fantastic Monday. What is new? What is good? Eags, Wayne, Gerald, Primordial, Talon, Dante, Amy, welcome to the stream, everyone. Yeah, it is the last day before pre-patch. It is pre-patch eve. The day before the long-awaited pre-patch. Today, all of the classic anniversary realms go offline at 3 p.m. Blizzard Standard Time. Also known as BST. 3 p.m. BST. Servers go off. They don't come back up until tomorrow. And when they do come back up, we will be in the pre-patch. We've never had a... They actually have a very long blue post that addresses it. For anybody that's curious, like, why are we having a 24-hour downtime? There are reasons why. And they have a long explanatory rant just detailing those things. I didn't read all of it. I read a little bit of it. It wasn't very interesting. The bottom line is they need to. They need to because reasons. It seemed like basically poor planning and execution in the past led to this moment where now the servers have to go offline for a full 24 hours. But it's just a classic anniversary, so who cares? You know? You would never see the retail servers go offline for 24 hours for any reason. It would never be allowed. But it's only the classic players. They can live for a day. Fuck them. Who cares? So yeah, 24-hour maintenance. I don't know if that means like all classic is down. Maybe the classic era realms will still be up. Maybe Mista Pandaria will probably still be up. That's a totally different client. But yeah, the anniversary servers will not be up. So yeah, this will be the last stream we do in Classic Era. The next time after this that will be online, we will be in TBC systems, TBC pre-patch. And that will be at 6 p.m. my time tomorrow evening. Which is supposedly when the servers, they say 24 hours, so if it's a full 24 hours, then servers will be back up at 6 p.m. tomorrow evening my time, and we'll play next then. Shibiwa, welcome to the stream. Carrie, good morning to you. Thanks for being here today. Is Mob Classic any good? I mean, there are people that like it, yeah. Like every version of WoW, it's good if you like it. And there are people who do. I enjoyed what I played, and then as soon as I wasn't having a lot of fun anymore, I just stopped playing it. But while I was playing it, I was having fun. We did a couple raids. I think we did like 2 raids. And I was like, okay, I'm good. Now the good thing is when the servers come back up, grinding those levels is going to be easier. Everything's going to be easier after the servers come back up. I think for opening night for pre-patch, we're just going to play a Blood Elf for a few hours and see how that goes. That'll be Tuesday night, and then Wednesday we'll probably pick this character back up and see how leveling feels in the pre-patch. We're going to have, it looks like we're going to have about 7 more levels. I do plan to park this character at level 58, and then this character will be waiting for the Dark Portal to open up. And then, you know, whatever time we have left in pre-patch that we don't have to use to get this character to 58, I will use that, just play in my Blood Elf. That's going to be over on the US realm of Dream Scythe. That's where we're going to do our Blood Elf stuff. Exponent Poet, welcome to the stream. Am I a full-time content creator? Yes. Yeah, let's go with yes. I don't have another job, if that's what you're asking. I don't have a job. If you're asking me I have another thing I do which is explicitly to make money, then no. I don't have another thing that I do that's explicitly to make money. I haven't had one of those things in a long time. Am I classed as social media? I have no idea what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna go with no. If I had to pick a class, it would be lower middle class. I think that's my class. Pretty sure. Uneducated, white, lower middle class. That's my class. Alright, where is everybody at? We have a Hunter in the Abyssal Sands, that's in Tanarus. Sansara Watch is Tanarus. Gadgekstan and Gadgekstan. Okay, let's go ahead. We can just hearth out of here. My Hearthstone is set back in Gadgekstan. So let's get this show on the road. I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to do ZF. I think like level 51 is probably as much as we can get out of ZF. And then after that, we just got to get to like, what, level 53 or 54, and then we can start doing Blackrock, but that's probably going to be after pre-patch. If we get 51 today, if we get 51 and a half today, I'll be extremely happy and surprised. But that's okay. Because tomorrow, everything gets a little bit smoother, a little bit faster as far as leveling in this last bracket's concerned. Yeah, we got a dead warrior. Bummer. Would running Sunken Temple be more efficient? If you manage to have groups that know how to navigate Sunken Temple, and then if you manage to have people that know how to do the directional compass puzzle at the top, and Sunken Temple is just kind of a pain in the butt. And then you have to get everybody out to Sunken Temple, which is a huge pain in the butt, mainly because the Alliance do not have a flight point out that way. I don't think a lot of people do Sunken Temple, but maybe they do. I don't know. I haven't even looked at the queue, honestly. But when I think about getting out there, I think like, wow, that's a huge pain. I'm either going to have to run from Duskwood, or I guess I could run from Blasted Lands. Either way, I'm not sure. My plan was to do this until I can do BRD, and then we can do BRD, we can do Lower Blackrock Spire. Are there Plagueland quests? Not yet, I don't think. I think like 52 or so. There might be some, but I think like if we try to do too many right now, would not be good for us. Western Plaguelands... 55, 52, 50, yeah, you really want to be 54. 53 or 54 is a good level to go into the Plaguelands, especially if you're not a paladin. There's lots of undead things, lots of things that will poison you, lots of bad stuff going on. And yeah, if you're a paladin, the Plaguelands are a bit easier to deal with. You can exercise for more DPS, you can cleanse disease, you can cleanse poisons, like... But other than that, it's going to be a hard time. Alright, let's be like reasonably smart here and put our poisons up before the run begins. Let's get our damage meter up. Shrink our quest log down. Let's do a little reset. Okay, now we're good. Buff food? Oh, I wish. I don't have any. I wish I did. I also stopped buying elixirs a long time ago. For a while I was good about keeping elixirs, and then I just kind of gave up. Is it the same hunter as the last hunter? No, the last hunter had an owl. It was a gray owl. This is a vulture of some sort. No, it's not. That would be quite a coincidence to run into the same pug. Multiple days apart, back to back. Just a similar looking hunter. This one's actually using his pet to effectiveness. I don't know who's tanking. That's a good question. I didn't really catch who was doing what. I feel like maybe this Pally is tanking. No, he's gotta be healing. I think this is the healer, this is the tank right here. The warrior must be a DPS. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Whirlwind and Overpower. I want to say he must be DPS. He's whirlwinding and overpowering. And the paladin has a shield on, so it's got to be a prot pally. Now that being said, it's going to be hard to keep threat off of a warrior, but I mean, it seems okay. So far, so good. Yeah, this right here has to be the tank. Yeah, good for the warrior getting in the run. Yeah, good for the DPS warrior. You know, he got invited to a group. It's nice when that happens for you. And he's arms, which I respect. Advice on the mage and or an endgame spec. Mage endgame. It's probably fire. I would say it's probably fire. Maybe arcane. I hear that arcane is good, but I also heard that arcane is kind of difficult. I don't know if it's a mana management issue. Or I doubt it's a rotational issue in Classic Era, so I guess it must be mana management for Arcane that's difficult to manage. I don't know if we have any mage mains in the chat. We think Arcane in TBC, but is it impossible to play correctly? Because ultimately, the reality is this. The spec that's going to be best is the spec that you can play well. Regardless of whether or not it's the meta or like what tier it is. The spec that's going to work best for you is ultimately going to be the one that you can execute and that you enjoy. And so if it's like, if it's the meta but it's hard to execute and or you don't enjoy it, then it's not the best. I would also think about that a little bit. Because yeah, sometimes I hear like, oh, Arcane's challenging, so I would just look into it. I mean, like, I think obviously, like, you can say some things like you probably don't want to try to raid as Frost, okay? Like, I guess there are some specs that are more like it's a leveling spec. But I mean, you got to look at the specs that are viable and say, okay, like maybe Arcane is better, but am I going to enjoy Fire more? And then if you have a guild, that kind of stuff matters a lot less. If you have a decent guild. And if you have a guild and it's not a decent guild, you should just G-quit. I feel like if I was running a raid, I would probably want an Arcane Mage and a Fire Mage. It seems like that would be the way to go. Not that I would do anything like that, like leading a raid, but if I, theoretically, if I were to. Is TBC going to be good for Warlocks? I've had like no success at getting into Warlocks, and the only Warlock that I got really into was a human Warlock that was a hardcore Warlock that died in Nomergon. And then, like, for a while I was pretty into this undead Forsaken Warlock that was also a hardcore character, and then I like messed with their spec. I had like a spec that was working, you know, I was having a decent time with it. It was fluid, and then I started messing with the build and like changing my build, and I started taking advice from YouTube comments and like trying different things. I did this crazy like fire dagger spec with like a fire thing that I made in my offhand, and it was a shit show. And I could never figure out how to make it feel right again after that. Like I couldn't continue playing the character, because after I started messing with the spec, I tried like 2 different specs before I tried to circle back to what I was doing originally. But by that time I had taken like a few days off in between, then I had taken like a week off, and by the time I was trying to rebuild that original spec, that original mode of play, like I couldn't replicate it. I don't know if I lost my wand or something, or it didn't have the right items, but yeah, like I never was able to get that Warlock back to where I was enjoying it after that. The moral of the story is don't change your spec due to YouTube comments. Just keep doing what you're enjoying, unless it's not working anymore. But yeah, other than those 2 locks, I've never really been able to get into a Warlock. A Blood Elf Warlock seems perfect. You know, like a Blood Elf who has embraced their connection to the Fel energies that now feed their race, and just got like really into that connection, and now they're controlling demons. That seems cool. I didn't get good weapons yet. I mean, my weapons are pretty freaking good. Phantom Blade, level 44 blue. 111 top end, fiery weapon. Offhand, Sword of Serenity. 86 top end, 2.2 speed, fiery weapon. I don't know, I think my weapons are pretty good. I mean, I've had these for a while, but they're level 44 blues and I'm level 50, so I mean, I should be good for a little bit longer. But hey, if you have a nice weapon you'd like me to have, go ahead and send it to me. I definitely accept gifts. So if there's a better weapon out there and you want to send it my way, you're welcome to it, and I would appreciate it. Is pre-patch out now? No, the title of the stream is called Pre-Patch Eve, which indicates that we are on the eve of pre-patch, which indicates further that tomorrow is pre-patch. Servers are going to go offline today at 3 p.m. Blizzard Standard Time, and they're not going to come back up again for 24 hours. And when they do come back up again in 24 hours at 3 p.m. at Blizzard Standard Time, we'll be in the TBC pre-patch. Pre-patch Eve. It feels like this re-release has more hype than the last one. Yes, I completely agree with you. I am much more excited this time around than the first time. The first time, like, I wasn't really ready. I wasn't sure even what I wanted to play. I didn't have a guild. I didn't know if I'd be able to raid. I wasn't streaming at the time, so I didn't have as much time to play. And so, like, for me, especially with this being my first time, like, streaming TBC, and actually knowing, like, what my main's gonna be, having an awesome guild, having a raid spot, like, I'm much more excited. I'm more excited for this than for any other classic release that's happened, maybe even including the original release. Because the original release of Classic kind of snuck up on me. I wasn't really playing WoW when Classic initially came out. And so, like, I was interested in it, but I wasn't, like, really hyped for it, because I was, like, on my way out of WoW when Classic dropped originally. So I think this is probably the most hype I've ever been for any Classic release. And I think the only thing that will rival this is Classic Plus. So I'm just trying to have like a really good time with this. Like just try to enjoy every moment I can. And yeah, hopefully we'll make some good memories. Because with any luck, this will be the last time we do TBC for a long time. You know, we hope to in a few years be in Classic Plus and doing that, so.
Sands consume you.
Unless they release a new sod, like a new seasonal thing, I would say there's only a small chance that they'll do another seasonal thing before they do Classic Plus. Now, it's possible that Classic Plus will somehow have seasons incorporated into it. I wonder what that would look like. But never mind that for now. I think there's only a small chance we would see another season type thing before Classic Plus. I think they know everything they need to know. I think they've learned the lessons they need to learn about Classic development, how to make new raids, how to make new dungeons, like how to make those things feel classic but also be new, how to design classes and specs that feel classic but are also new. I think they learned everything they holistically needed to learn to be able to make a good Classic Plus, and now it just is a matter of, will they have the right people? Like, do they have the inspiration, the energy, the time to actually to manifest it? I don't think they need another season. So I think we're gonna go. I think we're gonna go anniversary TBC, a year and a half. Hopefully we'll have it for at least a year and a half to 2 years. Then we're gonna go Wrath of the Lich King anniversary, and then when Wrath of the Lich King anniversary is winding down, we should be able to go right into Classic Plus. So we're talking like 3 years to maybe 3.5 years. We should be playing Classic Plus. True story. The tank needs a second. Okay. No daily or weekly crap. Like in Classic Plus, you don't want any daily chores or weekly chores to do. I don't want that stuff either. I don't mind a good daily like area. You know, I say that, but then again, like when it comes down to it, I kind of hate those things too. Like Trial of the Crusader, like theoretically it's cool to go do dailies every day and then see an area progress over time. But I guess it matters like how big and meaningful and visual that progression is. Like if I'm building up like a fortress over time and I can actually see the fortress go up and the buildings get built and new NPCs come in and they offer me new things, then like that would be meaningful daily progression, like a reason for me to push forward like a bunch of daily quests. But if it's just like unlocking a new mini game where I gotta ride a horse and do some jousting, like I'm not really interested in that. But no, ultimately, like, unless you're going after like rep for like specialty items like mounts and stuff, then you know we don't really need to have a lot of daily or weekly stuff in Classic Plus. Because in Classic Plus, the end game still only should be like 25 to 30% of the content slash reason for playing the game. Like the end game activities, like we don't want to be in a retail situation where like the end game activities are 80% of the gameplay, and then there's like the 20% that's like leveling your character and stuff, exploring in the world, etc. Like we want to make sure that like there's going to be like raids and stuff, obviously, but like ideally the focus is still on a journey, like seeing new zones, like seeing new stories, big long zones, you know, zones that you're going to spend, you know, 10, 15, 20 hours in. Yeah, I don't know. I hope they do it right. Yeah, fingers crossed.
Let the executions begin.
Like, cause you know, like Season of Discovery was fun in its final form for me. I had a lot of fun in the last phase. I had a lot of fun in the first phase, and I had a lot of fun in the last phase. But the middle was kind of garbage, for me at least. I didn't have a good time in the middle of SOD, which is why I quit when Phase 3 came out. So, yeah, you know, like in SOD, leveling and the journey of leveling was minimized. But I felt like what it had in its place was that you got to learn the new specs. You know, as you leveled, even though leveling was much faster, they made it speedy to level up basically right away in Phase 2. Even though that was the case, like your journey was still like you learning this new spec, you learning these new group comps, and so there was still that sense of like discovery. But in a longer format game, like you just want the leveling to be longer and enjoyable leveling, and new zones and new quest hubs and just like a new lore and stories in the places that we're already familiar with. Like I don't like to say it, but they really want to look at like what Turtle WoW did with their leveling zones. I don't know that they don't need those same ideas, but they just need to make sure that, you know, the leveling journey needs to be a big focus of development in Classic Plus, not just the endgame stuff. Endgame stuff can only be like 30% of the development. The majority of development has to be zones, questing, open world stuff, do dungeons, elite villages, like all that good stuff. New races, new classes, new specs, like, and then like only like 25 or 30% of development should be like end game activities. David, morning to you. Welcome to the stream. I have not helped out during this pyramid event very much. Not really. Things like ideally each zone would have at least one 5-man. That'd be cool. Like, yeah, more 5-mans. Like, for sure. Like, I think, like, designing more 5-mans that fit into the stories that are happening with the quest chains. Like, finishing up some of those unfinished quest chains so that they lead somewhere a bit more gratifying story-wise, and then maybe they lead into places like new dungeons. And then I think, like, when you make more content, you continue building those zones. Like, don't ever abandon those zones. Whenever you're gonna drop some new content, ooh, that was dumb. Always go back and think, like, what else do we want to add in Elwyn Forest? What more can we do with Westfall? And keep growing those stories so that, you know, after 10 years of development, you have a 30-hour story chain that you can do in Westfall if you want. And it's this big narrative that was grown and continued over 10 years of development. Like, don't ever abandon those zones. Keep doing development in them until you decide, you know, this story is complete. The story of Westfall, there's nothing else to delve here. We've said everything we want to say about it. We've added new towns. You know, we're going to leave it here for now. I think it always ends with, we're going to leave it here for now. Because who knows? You want to leave the door open to come back. You don't need to just keep adding new little islands to the world. Just keep revisiting those zones and adding content. Alright, this is a good time to re-up my poisons. I always get to the end of this event, and as soon as we're fighting the boss, my poisons are out. Offhand poison is still good. Every time we get to the boss on this one, I look up and I'm like, okay, my main hand poison is gone. It's always gone. So maybe this time I can be preventative of that. What's my slash played? Oh yeah, it's like 150. My slash played is 5 days, 6 hours, and 25 minutes. 5 days and 6 hours. So you guys can do that math. 5 times 24 plus 6. Go, 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 go. I know you guys can do math better than I can. $126 hours. Yep, and that's to get, we're almost level 51. And when the pre-patch hits, it's going to be much faster. Like, the time per level is going to be noticeably less on this character after pre-patch. We're going to cruise through, like, 51 to 58 after pre-patch. We're going to cruise through it. It's gonna be like a dream voyage. It's gonna be like sailing right through the dark portal, nice and smooth. Tanita, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. How does that happen? Why is it like that? Because once the TBC systems kick in, which happens during pre-patch, all the numbers and the math behind how much XP you need, how much XP quests give, how much XP per level, all that stuff changes. And it changes in the pre-patch. So on the 13th, like, leveling will feel drastically different after level 25 because of the changes they made to how much XP is needed to level after that. They went in and they made it shorter because, remember, you're going to have 60 to 70 to do now. So they made 30 to 60 more manageable. They made the quest give more. They added quests to places like Dustwallow Marsh. I think Blasted Lands got more quests. Swamp of Sorrows got some quests. They added a couple flight points. So in the pre-patch, stuff's going to be a lot easier. Ideally, you would not be grinding at this high of a level right now. Like, if I was just trying to value my time, I probably would have parked the character back at 40, and I would have waited for all the changes to come in. And that way I could have taken advantage of the new quest in places like Dustwallow Marsh. Now I've out-leveled that stuff. But obviously, like, I don't care because of what I do, I value my time a little differently. Swamposaurus might be worth it after pre-patch drops. We'll check it out. Yeah, we will definitely check out all the zones that we think might have gotten new quest. I feel like maybe even places like Searing Gorge and Burning Steps might have been given a couple more quests. I'm not like 100%, but we will look around. There might be a list, you know, I'm sure there will be a list of, with granulation, like where the quests are, what zones had quest added, etc. So maybe I'll try to find something like that between... You know, with my 24-hour off time, maybe I'll try to find a list of all the quests that got added that's broken out by level range. That way we just know. We don't have to guess. Alaskan Wheeler, don't boost him. Well, you can boost him, but play him for a while first. I know this sounds silly, but it's going to be valuable to you. Play him for a while first. If you have the boost, start the character at level 1, okay? And just play him during pre-patch for a while. And as we're getting close to February 5th and the Dark Portal's close to opening, boost him then, if you're not going to make it to 58. But don't waste your boost on a character you want to main. If you want to main the character, play the character. If you want to main the character, level the character, get to know the class. Work on some professions. Make sure you start some professions, because I'm pretty sure the boost will also boost your professions if you've taken them up. But don't boost it from level 1. Do yourself a favor. Value your boost, because your boost does have a lot of value. But get to know the character first. Get to know the class. Just sink into it a little bit. Come to love the character and then boost him. But come to love the character first. Trust me on this, okay? I've wasted lots of boosts on characters that I never played after the boost either. Because what happens is, like, you boost the character, you log into it, you're max level or whatever, you gotta set up your action bar, you're reading your abilities, you're looking at the character you've never seen before, and it's like you don't have any connection to it, and it's just harder to get into it, it's harder to enjoy it. You got no muscle memory for pushing the buttons. Like, play it for a while and then boost it. Mr. Blaster, good morning to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream.
The Sand Fury reigns supreme. Feel the fury of the sand.
Look at that, the other two-hander dropped. Ooh. This is the first time in a long time I've seen the one drop off of this boss. The other day we saw the first one drop off the first boss a couple times. But this is the first for the Protector. Ooh, I wonder... I gotta look at this one. I don't think I'm gonna take this if anybody else needs it. Yeah. I'm not gonna roll on this. There's a couple people who seem like they really want it, and I don't care that much. I'm not gonna be that rogue. Let's see who rolled on it and who got it. Oh, both the pally tank or the healer. Ooh, the healer rolled on it. Oh my, he probably needs it for leveling, I guess. I don't know. But it looks like the warrior got it, which is awesome. Now he needs the other one, and he can combine them into an epic two-handed weapon, and like that weapon is amazing, and it looks really cool. Yeah, I in Season of Mastery, my warrior managed to get both of those one-handers, and that was when I learned you could combine them. And I used that weapon until 60, I'm pretty sure, for soloing. Yeah, I think I used that from 47 to 60. I didn't catch if we had a mallet. But it looks like we're going this way. And welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Is it good for an arms warrior? Listen, I don't know if it was good or not for an arms warrior, but it was better than what I had. And it looked badass. So, and I got to make it myself. You know what I mean? Like, I got to collect the two-handers. I got to combine them, which is something I never knew was a thing before in 20 years of playing the game. And then I got to equip it. Like, how could I not? Someone said they had the mallet? Okay. Very cool. I don't mind. Even if we just want to clear through here, like, I just need a little bit more XP to get 51. At 51, we might start being able to do some of the quest in Ungoro. Maybe. Or we'll just keep grinding raptors and doing ZF. I don't know. Robert, you grabbed all the quests in Ungoro when you were 51. Nice. I always try to wait till 52, but honestly, I don't think I ever make it till 52. But in my head, I always tell myself, okay, Ungoro is at 52. Ungoro is... I've been telling myself for 20 years that Ungoro doesn't happen until you hit 52, because that's kind of like my benchmark. If I'm not at least close to 52, then I know that I'm in trouble. And then I know, like, you know, it's going to be tough. But... with pre-patch, like, I can let go of that fear. I don't have to live in fear anymore. I can take quest all willy-nilly. You know? I could buy the 7 crystals. I could, but I think I'm going to grind raptors for a while. And we'll probably find a lot of the crystals by doing it that way. If we have a hard time with any of them, then I'll definitely just, I'll grab some and then I'll mail them to us. You know, we'll buy them on an alt and we'll mail them over. If we have a hard time finding, like, a particular color. Which sometimes happens. I'm gonna vanish and drop this aggro for a second. And I don't know, like, we seem to be in kind of a tough spot here. I feel like we're fine, I just don't really want to die. There we go. Yeah, we can clean this up. I just had way too much threat. Hey, there we go. Level 51. Talent point. I think we are going lethality? Do I want lethality for my next set of points? I think so. What are my opinions on professions? My opinion on professions, like, do them, don't do them. Pick ones that you like if you're gonna do them. You know, don't try to follow like some weird necessary post on Reddit like, oh, you're a hunter, you have to be an engineer. Just like read about them a little bit and do what you like. Alchemy is great for anybody. Like anybody can benefit from alchemy as a character leveling up, as a raider, as someone who wants to make money on the auction house. Alchemy is great. Jewel crafting is going to be amazing for similar reasons. Everybody who raids is going to need lots and lots of gems. So if you want to make money, jewel crafting is good. If you're going to raid or you just want to have gems for alts, it's like, yeah, I would say like if you're going to do professions, just do what you want, but think about alchemy and think about jewel crafting. Because they're just good no matter what class you are. They're good for everybody. Whereas the benefits of other professions are very specific. So unless you're going after something very specific, or you want to be able to make one thing very specifically, the other professions are less valuable in my opinion. I've never seen him tanked over here like this, but that worked. And he dropped the male spirit gear again, because obviously. Did everybody run off? I mean, no, I guess we're not clearing this way. Which would be more kill XP. Yeah, it looks like we're done. $12 minutes on the Hearthstone still, though. Ouch. See, it's nice when we clear a little bit more, because then at least we can hearth out. Oh gosh. Oh, the first hit. The first hit dismounted us. How unlucky is that? We can solo this guy, like, no problem. But not if we let him heal himself. There we go, we got a little help from the hunter. Oh no. Oh, this just turned into something else completely. Oh, we can't even run away. Not like this. I can't vanish. It's on 16 seconds, 15 seconds, and we're dead. Lull. Lull. Oof. Of course I would get dismounted in the first strike. And now I shall leave in shame. So I think I want 5 points lethality, and then I want 5 points in vile poisons. So we are increasing the critical strike damage bonus of Sinister Strike. And that's it basically, as far as what we use. Which is just Sinister Strike. We don't do any of those other abilities. So that's going to go up by quite a bit. And then Vile Poisons increases the damage of poisons, like the base damage of the poison. So that should be really strong. Do I have kidney shot? Yeah, somewhere in my spell book. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. Would I ever think to use it? I don't know. I have never used it once. So, but yeah, I thought we had it. Oh yeah, kidney shot. Oh, it needs a combo point. Stuns the target. Okay, okay, that could be very situationally useful. And maybe I could start training myself to try it. But the problem is, like, I have to build a combo point on them first. So it's not like I can stun anybody instantly. I will pull it out, and so I'll try to think about it. Like, when can it be useful? I think I'm just gonna run back down to Ungoro and start working our way north again, looking for crystals and killing raptors and stuff. Maybe it makes more sense just to fly there, but I think we'll do it this way. I kind of want to grind a bit in that lower raptor area. And then maybe after a little bit we'll queue up for another ZF. I don't know, are we getting like okay XP out of ZF, or are we at the tail end of it? As far as its usefulness, like, should I just focus on questing for now? So I don't think I got BRD or anything with level 51, did I? No, I didn't get anything new. And I don't... We can see, like, does anybody do Sunken Temple? Let's see. Yes. They do. But again, like, I don't know how I would... Where would I want to be questing? I guess if I wanted to go to Blasted Lands, we could try to work on our Blasted Lands quests, which we have a bunch of those collection quests. We could do that while in the queue for Sunken Temple, and that would be as close as we can really get. Because we don't have a flight point in Swamp of Sorrows. Maybe we'll do that. What do you guys think? Should we go out to the Badlands and then just jump in the queue for Sunken Temple just to see it? It'll give us a crap ton of XP. Yeah, if we find a group that can navigate through it, yeah. Like, maybe we will. I didn't think people would be in the queue, but there were a bunch of people. I won't go into the queue until we're over in the Badlands. We got 5 minutes on the Hearthstone, so we'll just we'll kill the next 5 minutes, and then we'll Hearth, and then we'll jump on a flight to Dustwallow Marsh. Okay. Yeah, and I do kind of want to get back out to the Badlands to work on those quests. I would like to do the Badlands questing before I do Ungoro. So maybe if we do Sunken Temple and we do Blasted Lands questing, then maybe I can be 52 before we go into Ungoro. And if I can be 52 going into Ungoro after the pre-patch hits, that's going to put me on like a really good track to do Ungoro, Fellwood, Winterspring, Plaguelands 58. Like, it should be like boom, 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 like pretty smooth. If I can go in here at 52, I might not even need all those zones. I might be able to go Ungoro, Winterspring, and just skip the rest of Fellwood. And then, or maybe I can just go right to the Plaguelands. It depends on what it feels like once we see how the numbers are squished. The later I can do Ungoro, I guess, the better, basically. But 52 is a good start. Especially because my weapons are still pretty good. Silent Jurgle, you didn't grow at 52 as a pally, no issues other than the devil sores. Yeah, 52 is typically pretty good. If you can do it as a pally, then I think a rogue will be good. From what I remember of my paladin in the 50s, the kill rate was pretty atrocious. Although being able to heal ourselves from like poisons and things of that nature in Angora was really strong. Because I think a lot of stuff here has very negative status effects, especially for melee characters, and if you can't purge it, then you walk around with like negative 20 strength, negative 20 agility for a while. And you weep inside. I could go from the Blasted Lands into the Burning Steppes. We did a bunch of Burning Steppes stuff. No, wait, no, I'm sorry, we did Searing Gorge stuff. I do always get those two confused. Well, yeah, I mean, I hate those zones just aesthetically, but, yeah, we might have to. Let's see. That's Searing Gorge. We did stuff there. Burning Steppes. 52. These are dungeon quests, some of them. That's a dungeon. 52, 56. Yeah, that's like some of the last stuff we'll do, I think, if we do any of it. We might be doing stuff in Plaguelands instead, it depends. I think it's going to be like an either or. As challenging as Plaguelands can be, I would rather spend my time in Plaguelands than the Burning Steppes. Just because aesthetically, I really dislike the Burning Steppes. It's cathartic to play as well. It's, you know, it's a pretty straightforward rotation, and it's very rhythmic. Definitely just like a really enjoyable class to level up. This could be like maybe, as far as pushing the buttons, like maybe the best experience I've had leveling a character. Like there have been many classes that I have enjoyed, like Warrior and Paladin are both great. But as far as like how it feels to press the buttons and the rhythm you can get into while you're grinding, this has been really good. Now, part of that is because I have been gifted with very good weapons, and then I have sought out enchants for those weapons, and I think that's made a world of difference because it makes the kill rate really, really smooth, which brings the whole thing together. Alright, let's hearth out of here. And I do want to get over to the Eastern Kingdoms and down into the Blasted Lands, and then we will put ourselves in the queue for Sunken Temple. And then we'll try to get those quests done out in the Blasted Lands. But first, we need to jump on a flight. We have the Netherguard Keep flight point.
Hello.
So I'm gonna go Dustwallow to Theramore to Ironforge to the tram to Stormwind to the flight point, or I'll just go Ironforge. Maybe I'll just take a direct flight. Maybe I'll use that as a time to go get some coffee and stretch my legs. Yeah, maybe I won't do the tram. We'll just fly. We'll fly from the wetlands down to Netherguard. It'll be a few minutes, but we'll have a snack break. Snack and coffee break. Which character do I wish to play in TBC? I'm going to play this character in TBC. And I'm also going to play a Blood Elf. I think it's going to be a Blood Elf Paladin, yeah. I'm going to play this character mainly, and then a Blood Elf Paladin as often as I can get away with. And that's it so far. That's it. I think that's going to be probably enough characters for me to manage in TBC. And, yeah. I think I want the Paladin to be a healer. I think I want to do a Holy Pally build for dungeons. What's my favorite zone for 25 to 30? Like, my favorite zone for 25 to 30 of all time, or specifically for Alliance leveling? 25 to 30. It's kind of a strange level. Duskwood? Duskwood's a great 25 to 30 leveling zone. Ghostlands? Although Ghostlands is more 15 to 25. Alliance. If it's Alliance, then you're looking at Wetlands, Duskwood, maybe the later parts of Red Ridge, but not the beginning parts of Red Ridge. What else? Ashenvale? 25 to 30 is a really good level range for Ashenvale on the Alliance. That'll get you also into a little bit of Stone Talon Peak stuff, which is also nice. Oh my dear lord. Something in my basement behind me has toppled, and I have no idea what it is, because I haven't been in that part of my office for a while. It's kind of like a storage area. I got some bins back there and some other stuff, and now like something has shifted enough for something to move around. So if anything happens, it's because of the creature hiding behind my curtains. Did I ever do Caverns of Time? Yes. Yeah, and we're gonna, for better or worse, we're gonna do so much Caverns of Time. Oh, I have mixed feelings about Caverns of Time. I think the dungeons are kind of annoying. Because they're scenarios, so they're like time gated. You know it's gonna take this amount of time for Thrall to run his route, and like no matter what you do, Thrall is not gonna move any faster. The same thing with the Black Morass, like the portals opening. Like the portals are gonna open when the timer says so. You can't speed it up. You're just there. You gotta wait for the portal. You gotta kill the mobs. You gotta wait for the next portal. Like I don't like stuff that's like time gated, where like you're stuck there for a decisive amount of time the same way every single time. And I had to grind those a bunch to get my bold set back in the day for my warrior. Like, I did so many runs of Black Morass. Definitely my least favorite dungeon that's ever been created, I think. Maybe the only one that I really don't like. Escape from Durnhold was not as bad, but still annoying. Pre-patch is already released? No. No, this is pre-patch eve. As in the eve, we're on the eve of, you know? Is this not a common saying throughout the planet? Like, if it's the eve of something, it means the day or night before something? Because I wasn't trying to clickbait. I was just trying to celebrate the eve of the pre-patch. But everyone seems to think that maybe the pre-patch is out today. 24 hours or so. The pre-patch is tomorrow. Servers will go down today, and then when servers come back up tomorrow, the pre-patch will be out. We might need to buy one more round of green upgrades. Just one more round of green upgrades before going through the dark portal. Like, once we get to level 53, then we're probably going to want to start look, because the last set we got was in the low 40s. So I think we replace it all one more time, and then that's it. And then we don't need to replace anything until we're getting quest rewards in Hellfire Peninsula. Yeah, I think we will need, for some of the greens, we will need one more round of decent, just to keep our health pool up, just to keep our stamina up, basically. So that we don't take too much damage when we do get hit. Are they ever going to update the game graphics of World of Warcraft? They upgrade the graphics every expansion in Modern WoW. And that's about as good as it gets. Every expansion in Modern WoW, they always optimize and improve the graphics. If you're talking about will they ever like improve the graphics of Classic WoW, no, because it's Classic WoW, and part of it being Classic WoW is that it looks like this. But the graphics in Modern WoW are always improved upon, in, like, you know, in small or big ways depending on what period of time it is. But no, it's basically going to look exactly like it looks forever. It has a certain look, and it's always going to look like that, because it's going to look like what they want Warcraft to look like, and you know, it's just its vibe. And they're never going to be like, let's make Warcraft look super realistic in the Unreal 5 engine, so we can see every pore on the orc's face. Like, it's never going to be like that. It's just going to look like WoW. You know? You'll get more pixels. The density of the pixels will increase every year. But besides that, it'll basically be the same. Am I going to go Eldor or Scryer? Whatever is best for my class, because I think it will be. I think that choice has to be made like on a class by class basis. And I don't remember, and I don't know. But whichever one we need to be for our class, for our spec, for whatever it is we want from them that I don't remember what it is that we want from them, but I know we want something from them. So yeah. We will see. I would have to Google it.
Can I help you?
All right. I'm going to put us on a flight down to Netherguard Keep. That's going to be 7 minutes. I'm going to go AFK. When we come back, we will queue up for Sunken Temple, and we will work on some of our Blasted Lands questing. And we'll see how that goes. I will see you all on the flip side. All right, we are back. How much longer? 27 seconds. Wow. Very nice. Alright, into the queue we go. Sunken Temple. Let's have a look. I mean, for some reason, and maybe you guys will know why, for some reason there's a billion healers. I don't think I've ever seen a queue so full of healers, like, ever. Not a single time. What do they need? There's gotta be a trinket or a staff, or, I mean, it can't be a staff. We got pally healers. What is it? Why do they all have to go there? Is there a quest? Chaos, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Alright, well, we'll time it. We'll see how long does it take for a lone DPS to get invited to Sunken Temple. It is 11:30 my time. So we'll see how long. With the ZF, we were getting queues pretty quickly. Getting invites, rather, pretty quickly. With all those healers, I don't know what's going to happen. I didn't see a lot of DPS. That's the weird part. So you'd think that would increase our chances of getting a group. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems like today we're finding more living mobs than when we were here the other day. No, I'm sure that jinxed it. You just go ahead and skin it, buddy. I wasn't gonna skin it anyway. Just go ahead, run up to my mob that I just killed, look me right in the eye, and just skin it. It's fine. Go ahead. Yeah, that's absolutely okay. Bravo. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, this looks good. We got a warrior, level 50. We got a pally, level 51. We've got a pally, level 54. We've got us. We've got a druid, level 51. So that's good. We're not the lowest level, and there's not like a level 60 in the group, so that's promising as well. So, I mean, are we already all there? We're on the way. Okay. They're mostly there. Let's start heading that way. Or instead, let's fight this bird first. Yeah. It's been a while. A long time, maybe, since I've done original Sunken Temple. Not like Season of Discovery or anything like that. Like classic Sunken Temple. It's been a while. I remember it being very complicated as far as where to go and what to do. So I'm hoping that somebody in the group will know all of those things and we'll have a nice, smooth journey and get a bunch of kill XP. But we'll see. I don't know if there's any shareable quest or not, but I figured this would be a good time to ask since somebody obviously just picked up a quest item. Maybe they are here for a very specific quest. I don't really know of many. Oh, here's one. Okay. Cool. Alright, hey, one, it's something. It's better than 0. You think Stranglethorn is one of the most underrated dungeons in Classic? Yeah, it may be. I think, like, my only problem with this dungeon is, for Alliance, kind of like how out of the way it is. It's only convenient if you're questing in Blasted Lands. And then it's confusing. A lot of groups get here, and they don't know where to go. And then there's the compass puzzle where everyone has to stand on the points of the compass and things have to be clicked in a certain order, and groups have a really hard time with it. And so for me, that's why I tend to avoid it. Aesthetically, it's amazing. I love the vibe. I have a good feeling about this group. This group, I feel like they know what they're doing. I feel like someone here knows where to go. I feel like this is going to be a good Sunken Temple run. With any luck, I can just follow behind and poke stuff with my swords, and we can collect a ton of kill XP. Alright, now we're in the instance. Now the true test begins. We've got 2 pathways ahead of us, one branching left, one branching right. We've got another pathway to our right, and another pathway to our left. So, like, 4 possible ways to go. We are choosing to go forward and to the right first. Forward and to the right. Now we're going down a flight of stairs. In chat they said clean the circle and the small entries to the left. So I guess we do the circle, we clean this whole circle, and there are little rooms on our left hand side, and we'll have to go into the rooms and kill whoever's there. Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, if we do this enough on this character, then maybe after 20 years I will learn the route. We'll see. Like, I get the general concepts. Sometimes I forget exactly where to go to get to those concepts. Like, we come here to the big circle, we clear the circle, we clear the side rooms. Like, that's makes perfect sense so far. You know, we came in, we went forward to the right, we went down a flight of stairs, and we clear the circle. Like, I can remember that much so far. We'll see if maybe someday I will know the route. It probably won't be today that I learn it, but maybe someday. Gotta make sure someone clicks the statues. Ooh, yeah, see? Now, I don't know if we got the statue in that last room or not. Yeah, I see the statue now. I'm assuming that since somebody is leading us and giving directions in chat, that person is double checking that stuff, but I will go ahead and click this one just to seem helpful. Okay, it's been clicked. Maybe it spawned this when I did it. Yeah, I feel like I clicked it and ooh, whoa, what is that? That's a piece of loot. I don't think I need that. Stamina spirit, that's more for like a druid. Some good druid gear. Statues have to be clicked in the right order. Oh, already ruined it. Yeah, this is the cardinal directions one? Oh yeah, I already broke it. It's already busted. Now we'll never figure it out. I should have kept my clicking to myself. And I shouldn't have clicked. I'm not clicking anything anymore. The order is south, north, southwest, southeast, northwest, northeast. Yeah, I won't remember that, but you know, it's easy enough to look it up or write it down, I guess. So here's an idea. Instead of all that, they remove all that stuff and you just click on all the statues and you click on them in any order, and as long as they're all clicked, the thing happens. Whatever thing that needs to happen. So that would probably be better for like 80% of groups. If you could just click them, and as long as they all get clicked, that's it. You've done it. Good job clicking the things. It's the order of it, and having to like split the group up is you know, sometimes that's a problem. I don't know my directions, so we'll see if I'm not the one that messes this up. all of this summons a quest boss. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I remember jumping down eventually and fighting somebody in a ring-like area. I hope they still drop loot even though they're a quest boss, because I don't know if I have said quest. I only have whatever quest was shared with me. All right, we're spreading out. Let us spread in a. I'm gonna take the next room, and I guess that room is going to be northeast. So we are last. If I take this room here to the northeast, which I'm going to, then we're gonna be the last person to clicky. And so I guess that's all we need to know. We'll see how we sort this out via party chat.
Feast on your bone.
And this guy dropped a polearm with 15 strength and 18 stamina, 3.0 weapon speed. That's a pretty good arms warrior polearm. And maybe, well, I'd say druid, but that's right, druids cannot wear polearms. I guess that's a warrior thing. I don't really know who else could use that needs strength. It's not really a hunter stat. I don't know if paladins can equip polearms. I don't think they can, not in classic. I could be wrong, but I'm like 95% that they don't do polearms. I thought they don't do polearms. Yeah, I don't know. Polearms and daggers they don't do. Or do they? Is it staffs they can't wear? Paladin cannot wear staffs for sure. I didn't think they could do polearms either. I don't know what the deal is with the altar. Maybe it's a quest item for a quest we don't have. It's a good warrior polearm for sure. I'm glad the warrior needed it. I asked if anybody had quests that were shareable, and they were able to share one quest with me. I think there might be a lot of quests. Some of them are class quests, and then some of them might be quests that have prerequisites or items that you need to pick up with the quest. So I'm just assuming that if they have quests at this point, since I asked, they're not shareable. We do have one. And that one is Head of Jamalan the Prophets. Whoever that is, or wherever they are, we have the one quest for no rewards that we need. I have to be careful in the room Jamalan is in. I don't want to chain pull. How do you know I don't want to chain pull? Wow. These guys are they're just dropping epics in here. Binds when equipped, mail gloves. Increases axes by 7, daggers by 7, and swords by 7. That's the weirdest piece of loot I have ever seen in my life. And yeah, that's weird. So I don't know what to think. It's cool to see an epic drop. It's too bad it's not one that really makes sense to me. Are they even good after pre-patch? Definitely not. They're definitely not good after pre-patch. They're worth like $2,000 or dollars, 2,000 gold. No, they're not. not with pre-patch coming out. They're not. Nobody cares about endgame vanilla era loot with pre-patch coming out tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like maybe on some server at some moment in history they have been worth that much. Right now they're completely worthless. They're not worth a single gold. Because tomorrow we go into TBC pre-patch, and right now nobody cares about endgame vanilla. And if you do care about endgame vanilla, good news, your character is about to get a lot more stronger at level 60 thanks to all the changes coming with pre-patch. So in that case, you don't need it. Yeah, it's on this server right now, it's worthless. Yeah, it's like hit rating for enhancement shamans or something like that. Sure. Mm-hmm. What he should do is he should put that item on a character that he wants to transfer to the classic era realms, so he can sell it there, because you know there it might sell, and then he can just have money on a random classic era realm for no reason. And did I play Season of Discovery back in the day? No. I didn't play Season Discovery back in the day. I played Season of Discovery like last year when it was out. Back in my day, we played Season of Discovery. What, a year ago? Are you 6? Yeah, I played phase 1 and 2, and then I skipped every other phase, and then I went right to the end. It was fun in the last phase. Back in the day. Back in the day, come on. Come on now. Agility and Spirit Neck, ooh. It's almost worth it. And Pally's putting out some decent damage. Yeah, the funny thing is, it's all melee and Holy Wrath. Like, the majority of it is just a melee swing. He must have a pretty good weapon. Leather with 46 attack power. I don't really want to give up my stamina or agility, but 46 attack power is a lot of attack power. Man, it's tempting. Very tempting. 46 attack power is probably greater than 13 agility. But then I would lose 12 stamina, and I don't really know if I can afford to lose 12 stamina. I'm just gonna greed on it. I don't really care that much. Does the rogue poison animation get removed in TBC? The little part where we thrust our hand out as if we are casting a poison spell? I really hope so. Yeah, I don't like it. I've tried not to like think about it a lot, but yeah, like sometimes we like thrust our hand out when we apply a poison as if we're casting some kind of spell and it's not on the weapon. And if that's what you're talking about, yeah, I hope so. That would be nice. Cause yeah, it's noticeable, but it's like, you know, I just kind of like don't think about it a lot, and maybe it gets fixed. I kind of wish all these guys that we're going around killing were all bosses with some more HP, some more mechanics, and then they drop loot. Loot would be nice. Yeah, I get that they're for a quest, but imagine that they were also just bosses. Like how there's lots of bosses that you'll go after for quests. Imagine they were just also just bosses. And you know, imagine they just dropped like some blues. Maybe in Classic Plus. We have a Rage Hammer, two-handed mace, chance on hit to increase damage done by 20 and attack speed by 5. Top end 193, 3.7. Oh, that's a great pally. A great pally hammer. Maybe even a good Arms Warrior hammer. That's really cool. That's a big top end with a really slow speed. There we go. Yeah, it looks like the pally wants this. I hope they get it. Uh-oh, what happened there? The druid rolled neat on that. Oh no. Oh no! Oh guys, you're about to see some rage in party chat. The druid rolled neat on this hammer and he won it. Oh no. He doesn't get the chance on hits. Wait, no, if you're a feral druid, you don't proc chance on hit that's on weapons because you're not swinging the weapon. I don't know. It's BOE. I think the dude, is he gonna equip it or is he gonna sell it? I mean, he hasn't equipped it yet. I don't know about that. Thankfully, all this gear is about to be meaningless.
Rise up, Ataline. Rise up.
You think he traded it? Is he able to do that? Maybe. I hope so. Because I don't think that's a weapon for a druid. Just because druids cannot proc chance on hits. He doesn't benefit from it at all. He gets literally nothing out of the weapon. Yeah, he can trade it because it's BOE. Right. Yeah, I hope so. I didn't see that happen. Let's see. Yeah, either way, he'll replace it with a green in a couple of days. Literally, probably in a couple of days. Well, you know, within getting into Outland. It'll just be instantly replaced, you know. Probably within the first handful of quests. Maybe even, you know, just buying one of the craftable ones off the auction house. Like level 58 gear. I wonder how soon people are going to be cranking those out. Okay, we ran down and now we're running back up. Okay. Wrong one. Okay, first sign of confusion. This is the first time that we've got lost. Oh, we're going all the way back up. See, even people who know the route, they still sometimes get confused. And they still sometimes go the wrong way. Okay, now we're not splitting the party. Let's not split the party. We are lost. I think we're good now. At least we're all together. Here we go. Are we just jumping off of this? Is that the plan? It looks like we're just gonna jump. In party chat, the guy says, one word, they sleep. We dispel. That's 4 words. Just saying. It's more than 1 word. One word, they sleep. No. No, he didn't. I think the druid disenchanted the 2 enemies. No. I mean, I see the small brilliant shard, but it must have been something else. It's gotta be coincidence. There's no way. We'll never know. The funny thing is, it looked like he had his weapon enchanted with +2 weapon damage, like maybe from a sharpening stone or something like that. I wonder if he realizes that he doesn't benefit from weapon plus weapon damage. He's a druid, so you can put plus weapon damage on it, but you're not swinging the weapons, so that's not going to have an effect on your DPS. I wonder if he knows that. Please don't fall down the hole in the middle. I'll try not to. I'll try not to fall into any holes unless I'm explicitly directed to fall into the hole. Best race for Warlock in TBC and Wrath? A Blood Elf. Because Blood Elf is quite simply the best race in Classic. So yeah, the answer is Blood Elf. Let me see. A Blood Elf. But then that's just my opinion. I'm not a doctor. It'd be nice if the boss was engaged. Yeah, I didn't know we had to take an action. So it's possible that there are other people that are not knowing we have to do a thing. So I doused a fire, so I did my part. We have one more fire to douse. So now that I know what I'm looking for, if I get the item, I can go do it. Or we can just keep fighting wave after wave of ads.
I draw closer to your world. Time.
There we go. He dropped a one-handed mace with stamina and spirit, 112 top end, 2.4 speed. And he dropped mail, boots, strength, agility, and 20 stamina. So, you know, nothing that we need. Patrick, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Yep, this is Sunken Temple. think we're getting close to the end. I think we have to kill the last couple of bosses and that's it. We're going the wrong way. I'm gonna follow them and let them do their thing, and I'm just gonna kill stuff. If we're going the wrong way, they'll figure it out. I have faith in them. Did I decide on a Blood Elf for Dream Scythe US? Yeah, I'm gonna do a Blood Elf. I'm gonna do a Pally. Yeah, we're gonna do a Pally. I want to heal on it eventually. Dustin, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. We haven't really had a lot of mages. We've been doing a lot of ZF prior to this, and we just haven't seen a ton of mages. We've seen lots of hunters, we've seen lots of pallies, warriors, druids. We've seen some rogues, and even a couple of warlocks, but we have not been seeing a ton of mage. I don't know, it's probably just coincidence. You know, just random chance. You don't think your wife or your puppy would let you play WoW? I mean, either that's fine, or you made some bad life choices. This is the boss we have to loot for the quest. Okay. We will loot. We will loot his head. Uh, 11 agility and 2 stamina. I don't really want to give up anything. I don't want to give up stamina. The tank seems to know what he's doing. Yeah. Yeah, everybody in this group has been great. I mean, he's pulling back, and that's the important part. Anti-imperialist party. Enjoy the real life, buddy. I hope you have a good one. Take care. Tell the wife and puppy I said hello. He's just sad because his wife and puppy won't let him play WoW. I mean, it's understandable. If you feel stuck with another human being that does not let you do the things you love to do, you're gonna be miserable. There's really no way around it. And it's like, I think it's funny because people talk about marriage and they talk about their relationships as if they are these things that were decided for them. You know, like, oh, well, my wife won't let me play WoW. I got this new puppy and I don't have time to play WoW. And I have this fucking kid and I don't have time to play. None of this was forced upon you. Nobody made you seek out a spouse. Nobody coerced you to reproduce. And nobody told you to adopt an animal. So it always seems weird to me when people come in and they talk like, oh yeah, I wish I could play WoW, but my wife, whoa, she wouldn't like that. Well, then what the fuck are you doing? You didn't have to marry this person. And more so than that, if you realize that you're with a person and they don't honor any part of your life or care about the shit you love to do, leave them. You know, no one chose this for you. And it's no one's responsibility to get you out of it, and it's no one else's problem except your own. So I just don't get the regret when people are like, oh yeah, I wish I could play but I can't. Well, that fucking sucks. This is the only life you get. You know, everybody, we're all headed straight for death as if we were condemned by a judge. So why are you spending your time regretting the shit you can't do? Especially when it's something simple like play a video game. It's well within your power to do that. You know, you might not be able to scale Everest in your lifetime, but you can definitely play some WoW. And you know, you're only getting the one life. It's fucking sad. It's sad. Have the sword dropped? Is it any good? I mean, it's a green. I mean, is it any good? Let's see. No, it's a green. So, you know. We got some cloth gloves. Are we done here or is there more? I think that's it. I think he was the last boss, right? Yeah, Jake. I mean, certain things trigger me, and like people blaming their relationships for the reason why they can't do things in life, like that's a big trigger for me because I think it's about the dumbest thing a person can do. It's just about the dumbest way to spend a life. Attaching yourself to another person that you never had to attach yourself to in the first place. Feeling like you're stuck in that situation and then just regretting that you can't do simple shit that you want to do in life. Like it's the dumbest thing a person could ever do with their life. It just and so it triggers me. And like they don't have to come into the stream and throw that stuff at us, you know, they don't have to go out onto the internet and throw their regret out there for the whole universe to see, but they do it anyway, and so when they do it I get a little bit tilted. We got another polearm. This has been the day of polearms. This is like the, ooh, that's a Nagata. That's really cool looking. Very nice. Yeah, trauma dumping. I mean, it's not even trauma, it's like regret dumping. Like, I don't need your regret dumping. Nobody does. You should stop doing it, because it just makes you feel worse. When you regret dump or you trauma dump on somebody, like it doesn't actually help you feel better. You're just gonna feel worse. Like, don't even do it. Don't do it to yourself. Even if you don't care about other people, like, just don't do it to yourself, because it's not gonna help you feel better. It's gonna make you feel worse. And it's not gonna solve any of your problems. And you may have problems. You may or may not have a problem that needs to be solved. But regardless of whether you have a real problem or just a minuscule regret that you'll get over, like, you know, talking about it on the internet's not going to help it. It's just going to make it worse. It's fair to say that talking about problems never fixes them. The only thing that can fix a problem, if there is in fact a problem, is an action. A change. And talking about it will never fix it. Now the action you take to fix it might involve words, like, I'm leaving you because you won't let me do the things I love. The action you take to fix the problem might involve words, but words are not going to be the solution. Simply talking about whatever the problem is not going to be the solution. Anyway, there are more bosses here than I thought. I didn't know there were all these bosses. And they're all, for the most part, they're dropping blues, which is good. Now, none of those blues are items that we need, which is a bummer. But yeah, maybe this is the last boss. Now I'm on the last boss. Okay, 3 bosses later. For some reason I thought the Akir fight was the last boss, and then I thought the Twin Dragons was the last boss, and then we fought some other guy and I don't even know who he was. And now here we are. Like 4 bosses later, now we're actually on the last boss. It's a long run. Yeah, we gained a chunk of XP. We gained like a little bit more than 1/3 of a level, which at our level is pretty good. Now, for perspective, I feel like if we were to have run this after the pre-patch, we would have probably gained almost the entire level. You know, I don't know if we would have dinged or not, but I think it would have been close after the numbers squish. Just for like perspective on how things are going to feel different after tomorrow. Loot the item, accept the quest, turn it in, and don't leave the instance. Got it. Alright, item looted. Quest accepted. And then something, something, something. I'm already on that quest. Okay, what do we got? A one-handed axe. We don't need that. And a mail helmet. Nothing we need. Okay, so then we come over here. And maybe we clicky clicky. Clicky clicky, okay. 2800 XP, okay. Trinket. Poison all enemies in an 8-yard radius around the caster. Victims of the poison suffer 50 nature damage every 5 seconds for 45 seconds. Oh. Very nice. That's an interesting trinket. Yeah, so unfortunately, guys, my Hearthstone is set back in Gadgekstan. And I would like to try to get some of the Blasted Lands quest done today. So I'm gonna have to try to run out of here. That being said, obviously I don't really know the way out of here. But I know that if I run into mobs, then I'm probably going the wrong way. So yeah, I'm gonna try to, I think maybe if I get lucky, I'll just go straight ahead here. Maybe this is the way out. How cool would that be? I'm gonna go this way. And just hope I can find the way out of here. Do I remember the way? Oh, I don't remember anything, no. No, I completely blanked out about like 10 minutes into the dungeon. I stopped trying to remember the way. And I just started following people and talking to you guys. I don't think this is going to be lucrative. I think today might be Ungoro Crater for the rest of the day. Because I don't think this is the way out. Maybe it is? Aha! Oh wait, you know, I found the way out. Sort of, you know, we still have to get out of this thing. So that's the instance portal, that's great, we're not out yet. If I'm lucky, all we have to do now is find a way up. If I'm really lucky, the way out has been cleared by other players. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a big uh-oh. So how do we... Oh no, I have to go that way. Okay. Maybe we can just stealth by these guys. Okay. Ooh, I don't really want to go down anymore. Oh, this doesn't seem right at all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're getting out of this. Yeah. Alright, yeah, we're not getting out of this one. Jeez. If I was smart, I would have set my Hearthstone in Stormwind. That would have been a smart place to set my Hearthstone. Alright, let's empty our bags.
Yo! Have a good one.
Alright, I'm gonna put us in a flight, and I'm gonna step away for a second. I will be back in like a few minutes. Alright, so can we actually do any of the questing here? Maybe.
Hello. Have a good one.
But not if we have a full quest log. What are we gonna do about that? We're gonna drop this one. I'm gonna have to drop some of these quests. At least a couple of them.
What can I do for you?
Hello. Have a good one.
Talk to me. Glad I could help.
Any Mara runs? No, I'm gonna skip Mara. I really, really don't like Maradon, and I think we're getting out of the level range for it. I feel like Maradon is something we would do, I don't know, at the tail end of the 40s. But no, I don't plan on it. Out of curiosity, I wonder how many people even worry about doing Mara. Let's see what the LFG is like. Yeah, it's, you know, there are some people. It's actually a surprising number of people, but there are not a lot. Not a very commonly run instance these days.
Hey. Very well then. You have a great day now.
Yeah, that's true. We don't need to have any of the quests. We can drop all the quests, and we'll try to not sell the items. Surprisingly, I haven't sold them yet. Maybe they're things that can't be vendored. Maybe that's why I haven't accidentally vendored them.
What's up? Keep it real.
Level 54. Yeah, I don't know about level 54. Maybe. Oh no, what's this? Black sludge. No, this is bad. Time between attacks increased by 54%. Movement speed reduced by 30% for 2 minutes? Oh no, no. No, no, no. We're not doing that. We may not be doing this quest at all. But we are certainly not fighting these guys right now. We're gonna have to go fight something else somewhere else. This is not how we do it. Mm-mm. The movement speed alone is so annoying that I don't want to fight any more of these guys. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do that quest at all. All the elite quests are leaving Azeroth tomorrow. Yeah, like any elite quests that are, you know, out in the open world. Yep. All the quests that I always end up skipping, like Pyrewood Village stuff. A lot of times I skip Stromgarde. The Ogre areas in Loch Modan, I haven't done those in like over a year. It's been like 2 years since I've done those. The Red Ridge elite quest, I always skip those. Yeah, it's gonna be like, oh, there's a lot more quests to do solo after the pre-patch, for sure. You know what we didn't do? Oh, maybe we did. Did we pick up this guy's quest down here? We must have picked it up. Yeah, the Apes of Ungoro, that was his quest. I certainly don't want to do that one. Maybe we can go kill dinosaurs or something like that for dino bones. We need webbed Dimetrodon scales and dinosaur bones. Does the ZF Mallet quest become non-elite? Yeah, it must, because all the mobs in that temple area in the hinterlands, they should all become non-elite, and I think the quests have to do with going into that pyramid and doing stuff in the pyramid. So it should be, if we even still need the mallet, you might not need the mallet in TBC, I don't know. But if you do, then you'll be able to solo all those quests, so more people will have it. Pre-patch comes out tomorrow. Today is pre-patch eve. Today the server, in 2 hours, less than 2 hours, in an hour and 45 minutes, the servers are gonna all go offline for anniversary. They're gonna be offline for 24 hours. And when they come back online, we'll be in the pre-patch. There's a quest for these slashers, but we don't have it. Why don't we have it? Yeah, we just didn't grab it. I wonder if I could still grab the item. We could just collect the crystals. Yeah, I could try to focus on just collecting the crystals for now. I didn't grab the blood petal quest, and I'm not sure they'll drop the item unless I have the quest. Oh my god, he made a clone. The clone has the amount of HP as a full mob. Okay, that's really inconvenient. Yeah, I kind of like to just killing raptors down south. All the mobs up here are pretty tough. Angie, welcome to the stream. Happy Monday to you, and thanks for joining us. Alright, so the Tar Beast are only level 51, and they look much smaller than the other ones. Maybe we can fight these guys, and maybe they won't do all the same detrimental effects. Let's fight this one and we'll see. Like, the movement speed for 2 minutes was a deal breaker. 30% reduced movement speed for 2 minutes? I definitely don't want to fight mobs that are going to put that on us back to back. Okay, now this guy, he disarms us. So he doesn't have the status effect. He doesn't have the slow, but he has a disarm. I mean, that's better. I'd rather be disarmed for a bit than be slowed and with the disease that increases the time between swings and whatnot. But I still don't like it. What about the creepers? So this guy was a tar beast. Let's see what the tar creepers do. So we want to fight creepers. The creepers don't seem to have any special abilities. So creepers are optimum, and if not creepers, then the beasts. And all they'll have is a disarm. Dustin, that's awesome, man. I hope you enjoy it. What comes with the pre-patch? The biggest thing that's coming with pre-patch is Blood Elves and Draenei. You'll get to make your Horde Blood Elf or your Alliance Draenei. And then all of the system changes are happening. So any numbers that get changed, the amount of XP to level is changed. Any class changes are going to be in, like all the system stuff goes in, and the new races go in. The only thing you're not getting is access to the Outland content. You know, you can't go to Outland, you can't level past 60 yet, but all of the other changes, all the game changes are going to be in as of tomorrow evening. What about using the new trinket? I can't start using trinkets at this point in my career. Use the trinket? Come on. That would be way off brand for me. It just poisons people. What kind of cooldown is it on? It's on a 15-minute cooldown. So, you know, like every 15 minutes I can poison some enemies. Like, I could hit it. It's one of those things where, like, I could take it or leave it, right? I could push that button every 15 minutes, or I could never push that button, and the amount of difference it's gonna make is basically zilch, unfortunately. I'm gonna push it just so we can see what happens. Well, there we go. We poisoned him. We can do that again in 15 minutes. Be good for like some extra DPS on a boss fight. Maybe like a boss fight that comes with ads. It might be good for like to pad the meters on a fight like that. That's about it. It's my AoE button. Yeah, I have an AoE button. It's on a 15-minute cooldown and attached to a trinket. It's the best AoE I have. Do I really think it will be a full 24 hours of maintenance? Yeah, more or less. Within a couple of hours. Within a couple of hours. Like, I would say like 2 hours before the scheduled time it's supposed to come back up, start checking. What they like to do, that I've noticed, is they like to do opening nights where they say it's going to be 3 p.m. Blizzard time, the servers are going to open. But a lot of times, especially for pre-patch, the pre-patch is live a little bit before that. Sometimes up to like an hour or so before the scheduled time. So, you know, like I do think it's going to be basically 24 hours. But there's a possibility they bring it up like an hour or two early. I'm gonna start checking around like 4:30 my time. It's supposed to be back up at 6 p.m. my time. I'm gonna start checking around like 4:30, 5 o'clock, like through dinner time to see. Like, I'm probably not gonna get on until 6 no matter what. I'm gonna schedule my stream for 6 p.m. my time, but I'm gonna be checking before that to see if I can get logged in early. That way I don't have to sit in a queue. Yeah, Eversong Woods is gonna be crazy. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, and I'm going right into my Blood Elf too. I'm gonna do the Blood Elf on opening night just to see all the Blood Elves. Oh no, what do you get us with? Muculent Fever. Spirit reduced by 37, strength reduced by 37, 10 minutes. That's not too bad. At least it's not a hit to our agility or stamina. But it still sucks. Unguro Crater is like the land of bad, long-lasting status effects. Unless you're somebody that can cleanse it, This place can be a real pain. You'd have to get your name now. You can get your name. It's the same servers, so keep in mind, like, we're not opening new servers. If you want a name, you have to try to get it now. I have my name. I have a dwarf made with the name that I'm going to use for a Draenei eventually. For my blood elf, I'm just going to take what I can get, but for a future Draenei, I have a name reserved on a dwarf. Just because, you know, if you don't have your name already, you're probably not going to get it. Unless your name is something really obscure. But if it's like a name someone else might think of, unless you've already got it, you might have a hard time. I can probably delete one of my existing Horde characters on Dream Scythe and grab a name that I like. And that's probably what I'll do. I'll probably look at my non-played Horde characters on Dream Scythe, and then if one of their names is one that I want, I'll just delete it, and I'll name my Blood Elf that. That'll work. Who's in charge of the new guild bank? I mean, CNET's the guild master. It's his guild bank. Definitely not my guild bank, and yeah. I don't know how that's gonna work. We've never had guild banks in TBC before, so should be good. Originally, guild banks didn't exist until Cataclysm. That's how it worked out originally. This time around with Anniversary, they're giving us guild banks with TBC. But yeah, originally you didn't have a guild bank until Cata came out, which was pretty awful. Desis, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. David, this area reminds you of the Oregon coast, except the tar beasts in Oregon are smaller. Of course they are. It's not common that you find tar beasts quite this big in real life. And it just started to rain. Well, that's lovely. We are in Ungoro Crater, a land of the dinosaurs. Oh, the crater that time forgot. Why does the crater exist? I don't know. I know there's Titan installations here. And I think all the life energy stuff here is because of like stuff the Titans did. Maybe Freya hung out here and did some stuff. Yeah, there's a Titan installation somewhere. Although now that I think about it, maybe that was Cataclysm lore. Maybe Cataclysm added the Titan lore to this place. Is Dreamscythe the active Alliance server? Dreamscythe is the US PvE anniversary realm. Yeah, I mean, and it's active, but you don't have a lot of choices. You have the PvE realm or you have the PvP realm. So it's not like you have a big server list to look at. If you're looking at North America anniversary realms, Dreamscythe will be one of your only choices. Because mega servers. All right, we have all of our green crystals. We have all of our yellow crystals. We haven't found any blue crystals. And we have 3 out of 7 for red. So let's just keep running around. It's working out okay so far. Yeah, if we never end up finding any, we'll just buy them. But I think we'll come across them eventually. We're going to spend a lot of time here, so... we will have a lot of stuff to do in all different parts of this zone, inevitably. I think eventually we'll just find what we need. We'll probably find more than what we need. We should probably be picking up extras, and we should probably be selling them on the auction house. Yeah, see, speaking of blue crystals, we have a blue one right here. I think they're random. I'm fairly certain they all just share spawn points. I think any order that happens is probably just like confirmation bias. So I think they're just random. They seem random to me. Is the warrior let's play over? I don't have any plans to play the warrior right now. It doesn't mean I won't return to it. But right now I have to focus on my main. And besides that, I'm going to spend some time on a blood elf, so... don't know what the future holds, but not anytime really soon. David, that's awesome. I think, like, if they end up selling a solo boost, I think I'm gonna boost. I think I'm gonna boost an Athos. Yeah, I regret that one. He would have been a nice character to have, but he also ended up on a dead server. There was a time when I went back to play him in TBC, but at the time that I went back to play him, that particular server was completely dead. And it took them a while to offer free transfers off of it onto Peggle. And then by the time he got onto Peggle, I feel like we were like pretty close to the edge of Cataclysm coming out. But maybe if they end up selling a single boost, I will boost Athos. Just have him here on my Alliance realm. I wouldn't mind having a healer that can off heal for the guild, but as far as leveling, I gotta focus on this character in the Blood Elf. Dream Scythe is the PvE anniversary realm. So there's only one. There's a PvE realm, there's a PvP realm, and then you have your hardcore realms. Because they're basically mega servers now. So yeah, there are not multiple anniversary PvE realms. Not last I checked anyway. And now the rain has stopped. Oh, that was nice. To see the rain come on like that and have it like have a downpour for a while, then watch it clear up. That's fun. Do I still have buff food? I haven't had buff food in a long time. It's been about 25 hours, I think, since I last had buff food. I just haven't worried about it. I know that getting started on cooking is easier after the pre-patch, because for the first like 40 or 50 levels of cooking you can just make spiced bread, and you can buy the ingredients for spiced bread from the vendor. So it's definitely easier to start cooking. I don't know if there have been any changes beyond that initial start. Probably be easy once you're into Outland cooking. Our cooking on this is way behind. Then I have to look for, I'll probably just buy some turtle meat off the auction house, and we'll have to get the 225, and then I'll have to buy all the, you know what, all that stuff is probably going to change anyway. I bet if I wait until the pre-patch, I'll simply be able to train to 300 without having to do that quest. Yeah, I bet that's changed. So maybe I won't bother with all that stuff. Maybe I'll just wait and see. Alright, so that's the crystal quest done. We're done with crystals, we're done with dinosaur bones, we are done with a few things. The trick now is that we're not going to turn any of these in. We're not going to turn any of these completed quests in. We're not going to finish anything else until after the pre-patch. After the pre-patch, these completed quests are going to be worth more XP, and we are going to need less XP to level up. So we're going to hold on to all this stuff. And since I am out of time for today, I am going to hearth us back to Gadgekstan. And the next time we see this character, we will be in pre-patch. And we will come back and we will finish up the last 7 levels to get to 58. And it should be a very smooth journey once all of those changes are put into place. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Tomorrow the servers are going to be offline, so there will be no daytime stream tomorrow. I will be coming online in the evening whenever the servers are coming back up. So I'm going to schedule the stream for 6 p.m. my time, which is 3 p.m. Blizzard time, which is when they say the servers will be back up. If they come up before that, I'll try to see if I can come on early. If not, I'll just come on at 6. We are going to check out the Blood Elves. I'm going to level up a Blood Elf Pally over on the Dream Scythe US server. So I would love to see you guys tomorrow. Until then, take care of yourselves out there and take care of each other. And we will see you back in Azeroth very soon. Bye for now.